The Honorable Kevin McCarthy of the State of California has received 201. The Honorable Byron Donalds of the State of Florida has received 19. The Honorable Donald J. Trump of the State of Florida has received 1. With 1 recorded as present. No member-elect having received the majority of the votes cast, a speaker has not been elected. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida rise?
Rise to nominate Kevin McCarthy for Speaker of the House.
The gentleman is recognized.
I think at this point we've all heard about Kevin McCarthy in length. He is my friend, my colleague. I'm very proud to say that. I know our remarks are directed towards the clerk and the chair, but I don't mind saying I'm directing my remarks to another part of our team. And make no mistake, we are a team. We are together. I would say this to some of my friends in Texas. I have the same fear, truly, that some of you have, that we squander this opportunity to right the wrongs that have gone on here for the last 2 and 4 years. And there are very real wrongs. I have that fear, just like you do. I'd say to my friend from Montana, I would say that I have the same fear you do, that America's given us this chance to change our course and that we fail. I have that fear. I would say to my friends from Arizona, I have the same fears that you do, that we don't recover from the indifference that has been shown to the honor we have to serve here, to the responsibility we have to safeguard our Constitution and the freedoms of Americans. I have that fear, that it can't be recovered from. I would say to my friend, the general from Pennsylvania, that I have the same fears that he has, that we squander what our brothers and sisters in arms have sacrificed for. I stand differently because of sacrifice. My friend from Texas, Mr. Crenshaw, when he looks out at the world, he sees the world differently because of what he sacrificed for. My friend Jim Baird, when he extends a hand, he extends it differently because of what he sacrificed for during his service in Vietnam. We have so many in this body that gave so much, sacrificed so much to support and defend the Constitution of our United States. And I fear that we don't live up to what some of our friends and brothers and sisters in arms have very literally given their lives for. And I don't mind saying that on occasion that absolutely brings a tear to my eye. Because it does. It's not for that. My friend from Texas, my colleague, Mr. Roy, he and I, we've stood on this floor together, arguing on the same team about life and death issues for the United States of America, with so few people in here that you could hear an echo. That's sad. That's not living up to our friends. I've sat in classified briefings with the general from Pennsylvania, minimally attended on both sides. with issues that absolutely matter to the safeguarding of every person within our borders and our service members abroad. We can do better than that, and we will. But I would say to my friends, those issues that we deal with like that you've spoken passionately about, I've heard your speeches, I've sat and listened to them, they can't be fixed by our friend Andy, and they can't be fixed by our friend Kevin, or our friend Jim, or our friend Byron. That comes from inside each and every one of us. To change what we prioritize, to change how we choose to spend our time, given this opportunity, this honor to serve in this place. My friend Mr. Roy has been very proud of the number of individuals that are in here, saying that this is how the process should play out, and I totally agree with him on that. But we don't control whether individuals in here are sitting on their cell phones, scrolling through whatever social media, or whether they're actually paying attention to the issues. The speaker can't change that. That's up to the individual. That's something that we have to look at each other and sharpen each other and make each other better. When we started this process months ago, behind closed doors, as leadership for the minority was being chosen behind closed doors, leadership for the majority was being talked about and debated and chosen behind closed doors, I said to my friend, Mr. McCarthy, I said, please don't look at us and see me as your friend, or all of us as your friends. Don't look at us and see us as your colleagues. Don't look at us and see us as individuals that are votes for Speaker of the House. Look at us as individuals that are looking out to our communities, our neighborhoods, our friends, our neighbors, in our country, and telling them that we vouch for you, because that is what we are doing. We are vouching for you, and I couldn't be more proud to stand here today and vouch for you, my friend. I vouch to my community that Kevin will do as he was promised. He will give us the opportunity to write the course. He will give us the opportunity to vote. He won't control how every individual votes, but he will give us the opportunity to make sure that we have smart energy policy between the Atlantic and the Pacific that makes sense for Americans, to make sure that he protects our border, protects Americans, to make sure that we don't spend what we don't have on a credit card, that we don't spend wastefully. I'm vouching for my friend that he will give us that opportunity to make sure that we don't have endless terms here in the House of Representatives. I vouch that he will deliver that opportunity to us. I'm proud to stand before my country and say that Kevin McCarthy is different. He is different. That is why, for those that I was speaking to earlier, the process is where it is today. He's different. He's not Paul Ryan. He's not going to tell you about you'll get a term limits bill and then you won't. He's not Mitch McConnell. He fought against the $1.7 trillion wasteful spending package that was sent to us on New Year's Eve. That's not him. He's different. He's not John Boehner. He didn't throw you all that disagreed with him out on your cans and say, I don't want to hear from you. I don't want to listen to you. He welcomed everybody in because he's different. And if we give him the chance to be our speaker, we will all be different. He will be different. This Congress will be different, and our country will be different. And I stand before you today and say, at the direction of the Republican Conference, I advance the name of Kevin McCarthy very proudly as the next Speaker of the House.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts rise?
I rise to nominate Hakeem Jeffries as Speaker of the House.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
212, 212, 212, 212, 212, 212, and today, 212. House 212 House Democrats stand united behind our leader because Hakeem Jeffries stands united for the American people. The historic dysfunction that we are seeing, this intra-party fight that the American people have been drawn into, is imperiling our national security. It will imperil the ability of this government to deliver basic services. It is imperiling our jobs and our responsibility to serve our constituents. But it is also entirely predictable. They're failing to convene Congress today, but for years they have failed to deliver the votes for the American people. When schools and small businesses needed to reopen and the American people wanted vaccines, they said no. When we capped insulin costs for seniors at $35 a month, they said no. When we lowered health care costs and premiums for working families, they said no. When we defended the civil rights of LGBTQ plus Americans, they said no. When we protected lives from senseless gun violence, especially in the wake of the horrors of Buffalo and Uvalde, they said no. When we stood up for women and reproductive freedom, they said no. When we brought manufacturing back to America, they said no. When we answered the urgent call to protect our planet and invest in clean energy and create tens of millions of good-paying jobs, they said no. When we said women deserve equal pay for equal work, they said no. When we said that childcare and paid family leave should be available to every worker in this country, to every family, they said no. When we secured the fundamental right to vote for every single American, they said no. When we stood by our veterans and expanded their access to health care, they said no. When we defended our democracy 2 years ago tomorrow from a tyrannical president following the January 6th insurrection, they said no. House Democrats will stand together. We will stand for the American people. It is our job and our responsibility to elect a speaker who stands with them, and with great pride, I nominate Hakeem Jeffries.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona rise?
I rise to place into nomination the name of my friend from Florida, Byron Donalds, for the Speaker of the House.
The gentleman is recognized.
I appreciate that. You know, we're coming off an election. Just 2 months ago, a little less than 2 months ago, actually. And what did that election tell us? Well, when there were 5 million more Republicans who cast their ballots, it told us that the American public wanted a change. They wanted a change from the policies of the left that has taken over the Democrat Party. It said they wanted a change from this administration that has inflicted so much pain economically. We've seen crime explode. We've got an administration that won't even acknowledge that there's a crisis on the border. I tell you to go on down to the border. I've invited this administration to come with me to the border. Let's see it firsthand. The American public said they want to change. They want something new. They want something different. And we are on a path that just continues. Where were we just 12 years ago? An $11 trillion national debt. You know where we are today? Almost 3 times that. Both parties share blame in that. We have to bring that under control. You bring that under control not just by changing the rules of an institution, but by changing the leadership. And I'm told this process is painful. It's embarrassing, I'm told. You know what it is? It's not dysfunction, and it's not imperiling. What it is the exchange of ideas, an expression of support for people you want to be your leader in the next Congress. I think it's incredibly healthy, actually, for the American people to see that we're on the floor, something that my colleagues across the aisle so rarely like to be. They enjoy the proxy voting, I guess. They've sat there, I'll give it to you. They've laughed and they've chuckled and they've pointed fingers at us and said, oh, see here. But you know what? As my friend from Florida just said, we're together. We're having an internal fight. It's being displayed. I wish it wasn't necessarily being displayed, but the American people could see it. But I could tell you this. When this is over and done with, I know which side of the aisle is going to be laughing. And it's going to be the side that is unified in taking on the issues that Americans care about. The issues that this side has not only ignored, but has put upon the American people. We used to be energy independent. Seems so long ago. It's 2 years ago, actually. We're going to restore America to energy independence. You know how you reduce inflation? You stop devaluing your currency. You stop blowing out the waters by spending $1.7 trillion on an omnibus bill that has how many thousands of earmarks in it? You start taking on crime. You start fighting violence. You start fighting the overgrowth of our budget and restore our economy. You start incentivizing jobs. You recognize that the American middle class is being squeezed, and those who are with more difficult economic circumstances are being squeezed by an economy that has this inflation that attacks energy. You bring your border back under control, and this side is going to bring that border security under control. We recognize it's a crisis. It's a crisis when in 2020, the Yuma sector had 9,000 encounters, not for a 5-day period, but for an entire fiscal year. Under this administration, with these policies, that 9,000 encounters is about a 5-day period in the Yuma sector today. You don't know what it's like unless you see that happening. We're on a suboptimal path. It has to change. And to make a change, it can be difficult. It can be short-term, uncomfortable. But when you move to the correct path, all of a sudden things ease up and you can start having success. The direction here, in my opinion, is to someone like a Byron Donalds, a man who is living the American dream and is the example and the mentor for millions who need hope. Here is a man that has worked his way up. He is not a novice. He has the experience. He has the chops to be the speaker. He is a man. He has a lovely family, and they are politically engaged. They know what's going on. He has worked in Florida politics. He's worked in the legislature. He has respect. He has the quiet confidence that a leader needs. I look around this body today, and I know it's hard for you to believe. I know it's hard for me to believe sometimes when I'm here and I have the great honor and privilege of serving with you. But you represent the cross-section of America, the great American experiment. The experience that you bring, the knowledge that you bring, is unique. The road to recovery is through this body. I believe if you want to make change, you have to make change. Maintaining status quo is not an option today. I believe we've reached an existential crisis in this country. I look across and I see the left has captured virtually every institution. It is time that we reassert ourselves and put America back on the road to recovery. And the person who I think is most capable and will do the most credible job to lead us back that way is my friend from Florida, the Honorable Byron Donalds, whom I am pleased and proud to nominate as the next Speaker of the House of Representatives.
The reading clerk will call the roll.
Ready? Teresa? Adams. Jeffries. Adderholt. McCarthy. Aguilar. Jeffries. Alford. McCarthy. Allen. Allen. Allred. Jeffries. Amodei. McCarthy. Armstrong. McCarthy. Arrington. McCarthy. Auchincloss. Jeffries. Babin. McCarthy. Bacon. McCarthy. Baird. McCarthy. Balderson. McCarthy. Ballant. Jeffries. Banks. McCarthy. Barr. McCarthy. Barragan. Jeffries. Bean of Florida. McCarthy. Beatty. Beatty. Barr. McCarthy. Barragan. Jeffries. Bean of Florida. Bentz. McCarthy. McCarthy. Beatty. Barra. Jeffries. Bergman. Beatty. McCarthy. Barr. McCarthy. Jeffries. Bice. McCarthy. Biggs. Donalds. Bilirakis. McCarthy. Bishop of Georgia. Jeffries. Bishop of North Carolina. Bishop of North Carolina. Blumenauer. Jeffries. Blunt Rochester. Jeffries. Boebert.
Madam Clerk, I rise to cast my vote. Remember not of the Freedom Caucus, but for Kevin, the unanimously elected chairman of the Republican Study Committee, a businessman from humble beginnings, a leader, a true consensus candidate that can deliver promise to the I vote today for Kevin Hearn of Oklahoma.
Hearn. Bonamici. Jeffries. Bast. McCarthy. Bowman. Jeffries.
Madam Clerk.
Will the House be in order?
Boyle of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. Burkeen. Burkeen. Hearn. Brown. Jeffries. Brownlee. Jeffries. Buchanan. McCarthy. Buck. McCarthy. Bouchon. McCarthy. Budzinski. Jeffries. Burchett. McCarthy. Burgess. McCarthy. Burleson. McCarthy. Bush. Jeffries. Calvert. McCarthy. Kamick. Kamick. McCarthy. Caraveo. Jeffries. Carbajal. Jeffries. Cardenas. Jeffries. Carey. McCarthy. Carl. McCarthy. Carson. Jeffries. Carter of Georgia. McCarthy. Carter of Louisiana. Jeffries. Carter of Texas. McCarthy. Cartwright. Jeffries. Kassar. Jeffries. Case. Jeffries. Caston. Jeffries. Castor of Florida. Jeffries. Castro of Texas. Jeffries. Chavez DeReamer. McCarthy. Shearfilis McCormick. Jeffries. Chu. Jeffries. Cicilline. Jeffries. Siscomani. McCarthy. Clark of Massachusetts. Jeffries. Clark of New York. Jeffries. Cleaver. Jeffries. Klein. McCarthy. Cloud. Cloud. Donalds. Clyburn. Jeffries. Clyde. Donalds. Cohen. Jeffries. Cole. McCarthy. Collins. McCarthy. Comer. McCarthy. Connolly. Jeffries. Correa. Jeffries. Costa. Jeffries. Courtney. Jeffries. Craig. Jeffries. Crane. Donalds. Crawford. McCarthy. Crenshaw. McCarthy. Crockett. Jeffries. Crow. Jeffries. Cuellar. Jeffries. Curtis. McCarthy. Davids of Kansas. Jeffries. Davidson. McCarthy. Davis of Illinois. Jeffries. Davis of North Carolina. Jeffries. Dean of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. DeGette. Jeffries. De la Cruz. McCarthy. DeLauro. Jeffries. Del Bene. Jeffries. DeLuzio. Jeffries. Desaulniers. Jeffries. Desjardins. McCarthy. D'Esposito. McCarthy. Diaz-Balart. McCarthy. Dingle. Jeffries. Doggett. Jeffries. Donalds. Donalds. Duarte. McCarthy. Duncan. McCarthy. Dunn of Florida. McCarthy. Edwards. McCarthy. Elsie. McCarthy. Emmer. Emmer. McCarthy. Escobar. Jeffries. Eshue. Jeffries. Espaillat. Jeffries. Estes. McCarthy. Evans. Jeffries. Ezell. McCarthy. Fallon. McCarthy. Feenstra. McCarthy. Ferguson. McCarthy. Finstad. McCarthy. Fishbach. McCarthy. Fitzgerald. McCarthy. Fitzpatrick. McCarthy. Fleischman. McCarthy. Fletcher. Jeffries. Flood. McCarthy. Foster. Jeffries. Fushi. Jeffries. Fox. Fox. Lois Frankel. Jeffries. C. Scott Franklin. McCarthy. Frost. Jeffries. Fry. McCarthy. Fulcher. McCarthy. Gates. Trump. Gallagher. McCarthy. Gallego. Jeffries. Garamendi. Jeffries. Garbarino. McCarthy. Mike Garcia. McCarthy. Robert Garcia. Jeffries. Garcia of Illinois. Jeffries. Garcia of Texas. Jeffries. Jimenez. McCarthy. Golden of Maine. Jeffries. Goldman of New York. Jeffries. Gomez. Jeffries. Tony Gonzalez. McCarthy. Vicente Gonzalez. Jeffries. Good of Virginia. Donalds. Gooden of Texas. McCarthy. Gosar. Donalds. Gottheimer. Jeffries. Granger. McCarthy. Graves of Louisiana, McCarthy. Graves of Missouri, McCarthy. Green of Tennessee, McCarthy. Green of Texas, Jeffries. Green of Georgia, McCarthy. Griffith, McCarthy. Grijalva, Jeffries. Grothman, McCarthy. Guest, McCarthy. Guthrie, McCarthy. Hageman, McCarthy. Harder of California, Jeffries. Harris, Harris. Donalds. Harshbarger, McCarthy. Hayes, Jeffries. Hearn, McCarthy. Higgins of Louisiana, McCarthy. Higgins of New York, Jeffries. Hill, McCarthy. Himes, Jeffries. Henson, McCarthy. Horsford, Jeffries. Houchin, McCarthy. Houlihan, Jeffries. Hoyer, Jeffries. Hoyle of Oregon, Jeffries. Hudson, Hudson. McCarthy. Huffman, Jeffries. Huizinga, McCarthy. Hunt, Hunt. Issa, Issa. McCarthy. Ivy, Ivy. Jeffries. Jackson of Illinois, Jeffries. Jackson of North Carolina, Jeffries. Jackson of Texas, McCarthy. Jackson Lee, Jeffries. Jacobs, Jeffries. James, McCarthy. Jayapal, Jeffries. Jeffries, Jeffries. Johnson of Georgia, Jeffries. Johnson of Louisiana, Johnson of Louisiana. McCarthy. Johnson of Ohio. McCarthy. Johnson of South Dakota. McCarthy. Jordan. McCarthy. Joyce of Ohio. McCarthy. Joyce of Pennsylvania. McCarthy. Camlogger Dove. Jeffries. Captor. Jeffries. Kane of New Jersey. McCarthy. Keating. Jeffries. Kelly of Illinois. Jeffries. Kelly of Mississippi. McCarthy. Kelly of Pennsylvania. McCarthy. Khanna. Jeffries. Kiggins of Virginia. McCarthy. Kildee. Jeffries. Kiley. McCarthy. Kilmer. Jeffries. Kim of California. McCarthy. Kim of New Jersey. Jeffries. Krishnamurthy. Jeffries. Custer. Jeffries. Kustoff. McCarthy. LaHood. McCarthy. LaLota. McCarthy. LaMalfa.
For the 8th time, we'll do 80 more. McCarthy.
McCarthy. Lamborn. Lamborn. Landsman. Jeffries. Langworthy. McCarthy. Larson of Washington. Jeffries. Larson of Connecticut. Jeffries. Latta. McCarthy. LaTurner. McCarthy. Lawler.
On behalf of New York's 17th District, home of former Congressman Sean Patrick Maloney, I vote for the Honorable Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Lee of California. Jeffries. Lee of Florida. McCarthy. Lee of Nevada. Jeffries. Lee of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. Ledger Fernandez. Jeffries. Lesko. Lesko. McCarthy. Letlow. McCarthy. Levin. Jeffries. Liu. Jeffries. Lofgren. Jeffries. Loudermilk. McCarthy. Lucas. McCarthy. Luetkemeyer. McCarthy. Luna. Donalds. Luttrell. McCarthy. Lynch. Jeffries. Mace. McCarthy. Magaziner. Jeffries. Maliotakis. McCarthy. Mann. McCarthy. Manning. Jeffries. Massey. McCarthy. Mast. McCarthy. Matsui. Jeffries. McBath. Jeffries. McCarthy. McCarthy. McCall. McCarthy. McLean. McCarthy. McClintock. McCarthy. McCullum. Jeffries. McCormick. McCarthy. McGarvey. Jeffries. McGovern. Jeffries. McHenry. McCarthy. Meeks. Jeffries. Menendez. Jeffries. Meng. Jeffries. Muser. McCarthy. Mfume. Jeffries. Miller of Illinois. Miller of Illinois. Donalds. Miller of Ohio. McCarthy. Miller of West Virginia. McCarthy. Miller Meeks. McCarthy. Mills. McCarthy. Molinaro. McCarthy. Molinar. McCarthy. Mooney. McCarthy. Moore of Alabama. McCarthy. Moore of Utah. McCarthy. Moore of Wisconsin. Jeffries. Moran. McCarthy. Morelli.
Mr. Jeffries.
Jeffries. Moskowitz. Jeffries. Moulton. Jeffries. Mervan. Jeffries. Mullen. Jeffries. Murphy. McCarthy. Nadler. Jeffries. Napolitano. Jeffries. Neal. Jeffries. Neguse. Jeffries. Nails. McCarthy. Newhouse. McCarthy. Nickel. Jeffries. Norcross. Jeffries. Norman. Donalds. None of Iowa. McCarthy. Obernolte. McCarthy. Ocasio-Cortez. Jeffries. Ogles. Donalds. Omar. Jeffries. Owens. McCarthy. Pallone. Jeffries. Palmer. McCarthy. Panetta. Jeffries. Pappas. Jeffries. Pasquarel. Pasquarel. Jeffries. Payne. Jeffries. Pelosi. Jeffries. Peltola. Jeffries. Pence. McCarthy. Perez. Jeffries. Perry. Donalds. Peters. Peters. Jeffries. Pedersen. Jeffries. Pfluger. McCarthy. Phillips. Jeffries. Pingree. Jeffries. Pocan. Jeffries. Porter. Jeffries. Posey. McCarthy. Presley. Jeffries. Quigley. Jeffries. Ramirez. Jeffries. Raskin. Jeffries. Reschenthaler. McCarthy. Rogers of Washington. Rogers of Alabama. McCarthy. Rose. McCarthy. Rosendale. Donalds. Ross. Jeffries. Rouser. McCarthy. Roy. Donalds. Ruiz. Jeffries. Ruppersberger. Jeffries. Rutherford. McCarthy. Ryan. Jeffries. Salazar. McCarthy. Salinas. Jeffries. Sanchez. Jeffries. Santos. Santos. Sarbanes. Jeffries. Jeffries. Salazar. Scalise. McCarthy. McCarthy. Salinas. Scanlon. Jeffries. Jeffries. Sanchez. Jeffries. Jeffries. Schiff. Santos. Jeffries. Schneider. Santos. Jeffries. Skolton. Sarbanes. Jeffries. Schreier. Jeffries. Salazar. Scalise. Schweikert. McCarthy. 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 Salinas. Scanlon. Austin Scott. Jeffries. Jeffries. Sanchez. Jeffries. Jeffries. Schiff. Santos. Jeffries. Schneider. Santos. Jeffries. Skolton. Sarbanes. Jeffries. Schreier. Jeffries.
Welcome to Conservatorship and Guardianship Training for the state of Minnesota. My name is Kate, and I will be your virtual coach throughout this training. But before we get started, I would like to point out a few items on the screen here that will make things easier for you to navigate throughout the course. On the bottom of the screen, there's a glossary of terms, a list of additional resources, and you can use the player controls below to repeat a slide, pause the current slide, or use the play button to resume. There is also a table of contents, or TOC button, that you can use to navigate to a specific slide within the training, either to review a previously completed slide or to resume the course from where you last left off. You can use the Next and Back buttons to navigate throughout the training. The Next button will only appear after all voiceovers, content reveals, and required interactions are complete for that slide. If you don't see a Next button, chances are there is more to learn and explore on the current slide. The Back button is almost always present and is designed to take you back to the previous slide in the training sequence. Please note that this may not always be the slide you last visited. For times when you don't see a Back or Next button, look instead for the red Close button to close the current slide and return to the previous slide in the sequence. Click Next to discover the learning objectives for this training. As you learn from the course objectives during this training, we will cover a general overview of both conservatorship and guardianship. We will explore the process for establishing a conservatorship or guardianship, as well as the powers granted by each. We'll discuss methods for making decisions with a person subject to guardianship or person subject to conservatorship, as well as the reporting duties and responsibilities of a conservator or guardian. Lastly, we'll review the rights of the person subject to guardianship and person subject to conservatorship, as well as examine some less restrictive alternatives that should be explored before seeking a conservatorship and guardianship. In the bottom left corner of the screen, you will find the Main Menu button, which will always take you to the main menu for this training. This training is divided into two main sections, or branches, conservatorship and guardianship. As you will soon discover, each branch is further divided into subsections, covering much of the information and topics listed here. Click the Next button to proceed to the main menu. I see you're interested in guardianship. To begin this section of the training, click the Introduction branch to get started. Welcome to Guardianship Training for the state of Minnesota. We hope you find this training both informative and useful. However, please be aware that this training is not a substitute for sound legal advice from a licensed attorney. This training is designed to be self-paced, so please continue at your leisure. Both a conservatorship and a guardianship are established through a legal process in the Minnesota courts. Explore this section of the course to learn about each phase of this process. A guardian is appointed to make personal decisions for the person subject to guardianship. Let's examine the powers that may be granted to a guardian under a guardianship.
The tellers agree in their tallies that the total number of votes cast is 433, of which the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries of the State of New York has received 212. The Honorable Kevin McCarthy of the State of California has received 201. The Honorable Byron Donalds of the State of Florida has received 17. The Honorable Kevin Hern of the State of Oklahoma has received 2. The Honorable Donald J. Trump of the State of Florida has received 1, with 1 recorded as present. No member-elect having received a majority of the votes cast, a speaker has not been elected. The reading clerk will again... From what purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Madam Clerk, I rise to nominate Kevin McCarthy as Speaker of the House.
The gentleman is recognized.
Kevin McCarthy has been our leader for the past 4 years and has overwhelming support within this conference. My intent today is to address the American people who have been watching these proceedings. My intent today is to address the American people who have been watching these proceedings and are concerned about what they've seen in this chamber over the past 2 days. I am a member of the House Freedom Caucus, and I am proud to say so. I believe the 20 members that have nominated an alternate candidate have expressed their concerns with leadership, and many of those concerns have been addressed and accepted by Leader McCarthy and this conference. I believe this battle we are raging must end. Kevin McCarthy fully understands that being Speaker of the House will not be easy. Kevin is aware that any legislation he would like to pass out of this House will require support and endorsement from the Freedom Caucus. This is where I believe we can hold the Speaker accountable. Kevin has made changes to the House rules at the request of all members. One of those rules changes was the motion to vacate the chair, which Nancy Pelosi removed 4 years ago to avoid the scrutiny and the accountability. The motion to vacate the chair that has not been offered for a floor vote in over 100 years calls for the removal of the Speaker of the House. Kevin has reinstated the motion to vacate the chair, which I believe was the right thing to do. This motion allows us, the Republican conference, to hold the Speaker accountable. The American people gave us, my friends, us, the Republicans, the majority, and their vote of confidence to change the direction of our country. The American people are begging for leadership because the Biden administration certainly has not placed the American people first. Kevin McCarthy understands. He understands he must protect that Speaker's gavel and abide the will of the American people. The decisions we make in the 118th Congress are critical to the future of our country. The decisions we make, the legislation we pass as a Republican majority must have the support of the American people. We have a crisis on every corner in America, And the American people are expecting Republicans to bring this much-needed change. We must come together today and implement that change. To those of you outside of Washington that are watching, Kevin McCarthy and this Republican majority understand your pain. We understand your pain. We feel it. We understand we must secure our southern border. We must unleash our energy sector and become energy independent. We must curb inflation by reducing spending. And we must support our law enforcement officers, folks. We got to get crime under control. We must place America and its people first. And all this my friends on the Republican side, all this, we can do this, all while holding the Biden administration accountable and the Washington bureaucrats who have infringed and abused the rights of the American people and their families long enough. Under Speaker McCarthy, they will be held accountable. They will be held accountable. So today, let's do what's in the best interest of the American people. Let's get to work. Let's elect Kevin McCarthy as Speaker of the House. And at the direction of the Republican Conference, I advance the name of Kevin McCarthy as the next Speaker of the House for the 118th Congress.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Clerk, I rise today to nominate Hakeem Jeffries for Speaker of the House.
The gentleman is recognized.
Vote after vote, Democrats stand united and ready to get to work on behalf of the American people under the leadership of Hakeem Jeffries. Vote after vote, nomination after nomination, Democrats are united, just like we were united when we passed the American Rescue Plan to get our economy back on track. United when we passed the infrastructure law to rebuild America. United when we capped insulin at $35, passed historic gun safety legislation, and passed the PACT Act to help our nation's veterans. United when Democrats passed the CHIPS and Science Act to bring manufacturing back to America. United when Democrats passed the Inflation Reduction Act to reduce our deficit and protect our environment. Democrats are unified to tackle the climate crisis while Republicans are mired in their own leadership crisis. Madam Clerk, House Democrats are ready, willing, and able to get to work for the American people. We will do so under the leadership of Hakeem Jeffries, who has a plan for the American people. Therefore, as Vice Chair of the Democratic Caucus, I am directed by the vote of our caucus to present for election to the office of Speaker of the House of Representatives for the 118th Congress, Representative-elect from the state of New York, Hakeem Jeffries.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Montana rise?
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. I would like to nominate the name of Byron Donalds to Speaker of the House of Representatives.
The gentleman is recognized.
Let me begin by stating that it is an absolute privilege to be here standing and serving with each and every one of you. I know we have differences of opinions, and I know we have differences of agendas that we would like to pursue. But I will tell you that we all are representing the United States of America in the best fashion that I know that we truly believe in. So thank you, and it is a privilege. When I walk out every evening from the Longworth office building, I will tell you that as I look back on the Capitol with the lights gleaming upon it, that I recognize the honor, the privilege, and the responsibility that each one of us has taken on to be in this place that we are right now, and the obligations that we have to the districts that we represent back home. It is an incredible privilege, but it is also an incredible responsibility, and I do not take it lightly, and I know that no one in this room does. We are participating in a system that has endured 247 years, through drought and through flood, through world wars and through a civil war. And some way we return to this place year after year to serve the people of the United States of America. But unfortunately, over the past 15 years, the process that we use has been dramatically broken. The voices that were sent here to equally represent each of the 435 districts across this nation have become diminished. This through the consolidation of power into the hands of the Speaker and a fortunate few who happen to serve on the Rules Committee, which control every aspect of legislation that travels through this body. The debate and the discussion has been all but eliminated, and the balance of us are left to vote yes or no. Those are our options, and that is what has led to the disintegration of the relationships that we see across this floor. That is not equal representation, which is guaranteed by our Constitution and expected by our constituents. We have had more discussion and debate over the last 3 days than I have participated in on this floor for the last 2 years. And it's healthy. It absolutely promotes the collegiality that everyone is striving to obtain. We're having discussions not just within our own party, but amongst each other as we walk around and start planning for the legislation that we will need to address over the next 2 years in the 118th Congress, that sooner or later, yes, sooner or later, we will begin to function as. Those are the good days. And guess what? Our constituents think, as they watch us on C-SPAN today, that this is how every day functions. They think that this is how every bill gets addressed in this body. And they will be shocked to learn, the ones that you have not disclosed the little nasty secret to, that unfortunately, that's not how it works around this place. That under the current rules and under the current leadership construction, that on fly-in days, typically Monday at the beginning of the week, the leadership on both sides of the aisle negotiate a number of bills, 15 to 20 pieces of legislation that one Democrat and one Republican stand on this floor, they discuss momentarily, and then they say the magic words, without objection, we will pass this by unanimous consent. And there are two people standing on the floor passing pieces of legislation that oftentimes are the naming of buildings, that don't really bother anybody or affect one's life, but in many circumstances spend millions and tens of millions of dollars that the taxpayers are obligated to cover, and their representative was not even here to vote upon it. And that, my friends, is wrong. It is wrong. So yes, we need to have change. We need to fix this broken system. Several of us have taken it upon ourselves to fly in and object to those very bills. Not because we are objecting to the bill, but just to force them to be brought out into the daylight so that everyone can hear about those bills. To force people to come out and vote up or down for those bills, as their constituents believe that they are doing right now. That's just one of the little secrets. And it demonstrates, again, how broken this system is. Last summer, we began to negotiate, a group of us, in good faith, a list of changes, amendments to the rules of this body, not to empower ourselves, not to bring personal benefit to ourselves, but to empower you, and you, and you, Maxine, and you, and you, and everyone sitting in this chamber equally. There's no rules. I did not use anyone's name. Everyone should be... Excuse me. Maxine.
Member, direct your remarks to the chair, please.
I will, Madam Chair. Thank you. Thank you. That is so that everyone will have equal representation. Equal representation for the districts that elected them. These are not radical deviations from the norm. These are a restoration of the rules so that this place can function properly. Things like single subject legislation that most state houses utilize right now so that we don't have 4,000-page documents that we are given a matter of hours to review that are filled with many, many subject matters that are trillions of dollars in cost. Rules like germaneness, so that you can actually bring an amendment forward on the floor as long as it pertains to the bill that was originally being addressed. An open rule process, again, so that each individual here can participate in the thing that we were sent here to do, to help collaborate and craft legislation and work together. That is what we were sent here to do. These are common sense amendments that would restore the process and give each of us an equal voice. This is how we're going to secure the border. That everyone now, I do believe, has recognized that there is a problem with. This is how we are going to regain energy dominance again, which is not just an economic issue, it is a national security issue. This is how we are going to reduce the inflation rate, by working together. But we cannot call it working together if you cede all of that power to the hands of a few. Hoping for this change will not create this change. And change is uncomfortable. We understand that. But it is not unachievable. And we must make change in this broken system. We must. The current leadership that is in place will continue and support the use of earmarks in this body. And that is the golden trail to corruption. The golden trail to corruption. It is a way to buy votes and spread money around this body from places outside of this city that leads to bad legislation and bad decisions. The current leadership, I was told, I should not be so concerned with these suspension bills that get passed every week, because now they have made an amendment. We keep hearing about these amendments and the concessions that were made. The concession was that they will not ask for anything to be suspended that costs more than $100 million. Now, I don't know about the neighborhoods that you live in, but the neighborhood that I live in, $100 million is a lot of money. And my constituents expect me to vote upon $100 million bills and $80 million bills and $10 million bills so that they know what in the world is in them and what is going on. And they do not expect them to be passed by unanimous consent with no one on the floor. I made a living developing property, and as many of you probably know, it takes a while to take a piece of ground from bare earth to a community. And my mother, God rest her soul, came out to one of my projects, and I had just opened it up, and it had been 2 years since the time I had bought the property. And by the time we went out, I had a nice entrance built, and the streets were built, and the street lights were there, and they were just starting to build homes. And she said, "My goodness, Matthew, you must really, really be pleased to finally see your project coming up out of the ground." And I said, "No, Mom, actually, I'm pleased that everyone else can see it, because I sold it 2 years ago when I first walked out there." Well, I have a vision for this place, that we can restore regular order so that each of us may have the ability to represent our districts and our constituents equally as we move through this process. And then again, at that time, we will be able to call it truly the people's house again. I have been here just 2 years, and I have watched Byron Donalds during that time and previously as he proudly served in the Florida legislature. And I can tell you this, he's a man of intellect, he is a man of integrity, and he is a man that I am proud to nominate as the next Speaker of the House of Representatives.
The reading clerk will call the roll.
Gentlelady seeking a nomination. For what purpose does the gentlewoman?
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado rise?
Madam Clerk, I rise to nominate Hearn as Speaker of the House.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have been accused of not having a plan. Well, we've presented many plans and are even presenting 2 plans simultaneously right now for Speaker of the People's House. I sat in my chair anticipating to vote for Byron Donalds, whom I respect, whom I see as a leader. And there was a gut check that said, we need someone that is going to convince my colleagues on this side of the aisle that it's time to get going. It's time to build momentum. Many of you have said it. You see that Kevin McCarthy does not have the votes. You are understanding that he is not going to get there. We had the votes for him. I cannot produce those anymore. The colleagues that I brought with me to offer those 218 votes on the first ballot aren't there anymore. It is not happening. And as it's been said, we need to get to a point where we start evaluating what life after Kevin McCarthy looks like. America doesn't want more talk, and I'm going to keep my speech a little short. They want action. I'll take that. I want to get to work too. America is tired of rhetoric and they want results. This isn't chaos. This is a constitutional republic at work. I'm a mom of 4 boys. I know what chaos and dysfunction looks like. This is actually a really beautiful thing to be here with all of my colleagues debating. Just as the gentleman from Montana said, we have not experienced this in the 2 years that we have served here in Washington, D.C. This is the most debate that has taken place, and I love it. I love the conversations that are going on the floor, in the cloakroom, in the halls. There's nothing extreme, there's nothing unreasonable. We're trying to get this right. As my conservative colleagues and I have stated time and time again, Congress is broken and fundamentally needs change. I'm here to get this right. We need a leader that is not of the broken system, someone who is not beholden to the lobbyists, but to the people who sent us here, someone who can unite our party, and most importantly, someone who can deliver on the promises that we have all made to the American people. I believe that there are many people on the floor today that can do just that. I've voted for my friend Jim Jordan. I've voted for my friend Byron Donalds. I'm voting for Kevin Hern, the gentleman from Oklahoma. Mr. Hern went from rags to riches, and like myself and many other members, is a small business owner. He has lived the American dream. He's a father, a family man, and as Kevin likes to say, he's a conservative, but he's not mad about it. We can have a happy warrior leading us. I understand that threats have been made about committee assignments, that you won't receive committee assignments if you do not vote for Kevin McCarthy. That is true. It happened in conference, and that is exactly what we were told. But we don't govern in fear. We govern for the people on principle. Don't be afraid to do the right thing. I believe that Kevin Hern is a unifier. He just received the chairman of the Republican Study Committee by unanimous consent. This is the largest caucus in our conference. Look how many people have already put their trust in Kevin Hern to lead them. I get asked by my constituents, where does this go? Who can unify the party? Who can deliver results? Representative Kevin Hern can do just that, and I am proud to enter his name into the nomination, and I hope that some of you join me. Thank you, and I yield back.
The reading clerk will call the roll. Adams. Adams. Jeffries. Adderholt. McCarthy. Aguilar. Jeffries. Alford. McCarthy. Allen. McCarthy. Allred. Jeffries. Amedee. McCarthy. Armstrong.
McCarthy. Arrington. Arrington. Auchincloss. Jeffries. Babin. McCarthy. Bacon. McCarthy. Baird. McCarthy. Balderson. McCarthy. Ballant. Jeffries. Banks. McCarthy. Barr. McCarthy. Barragan. Barragan. Jeffries. Bean of Florida. McCarthy. Beatty. Jeffries. Bentz. McCarthy. Barra. Jeffries. Bergman. McCarthy. Beyer. Jeffries. Bice. McCarthy. Biggs. Donalds. Bilirakis. McCarthy. Bishop of Georgia. Jeffries. Bishop of North Carolina. Donalds. Blumenauer. Jeffries. Blunt Rochester. Jeffries. Boebert. Hearn. Bonamici. Jeffries. Bost. McCarthy. Bowman. Jeffries. Boyle of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. Burkeen. McCarthy.
Say Burkeen again.
Burkeen. Hearn. Brown. Jeffries. Brownlee. Jeffries. Buchanan. McCarthy. Buck. Buck. Bouchon. McCarthy. Bazinski. Jeffries. Burchett. McCarthy. Burgess. McCarthy. Burleson. McCarthy. Bush. Jeffries. Calvert. McCarthy. Kamek. Kamek. McCarthy. Caraveo. Jeffries. Carbajal. Jeffries. Cardenas. Jeffries. Carey. McCarthy. Carl. McCarthy. Carson. Jeffries. Carter of Georgia. McCarthy. Carter of Louisiana. Jeffries. Carter of Texas. McCarthy. Cartwright. Jeffries. Kassar. Jeffries. Case. Jeffries. Caston. Jeffries. Castor of Florida. Jeffries. Castro of Texas. Jeffries. Chavez DeReamer. McCarthy. Sherfilis McCormick. Jeffries. Chu. Jeffries. Cicilline. Jeffries. Siscomani. McCarthy. Clark of Massachusetts. Jeffries. Clark of New York. Jeffries. Cleaver. Jeffries. Klein. McCarthy. Cloud. Donalds. Clyburn. Jeffries. Clyde. Donalds. Cohen. Jeffries. Cole. McCarthy. Collins. McCarthy. Comer. Comer. McCarthy. Connolly. Jeffries. Correa. Jeffries. Costa. Costa. Courtney. Jeffries. Craig. Jeffries. Crane. Donalds. Crawford. McCarthy. Crenshaw. McCarthy. Crockett. Jeffries. Crow. Jeffries. Cuellar. Cuellar. Curtis. McCarthy. Davids of Kansas. Jeffries. Davidson. McCarthy. Davis of Illinois. Jeffries. Davis of North Carolina. Jeffries. Dean of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. DeGette. Jeffries. Dela Cruz. McCarthy. DeLauro. Jeffries. Del Bene. Jeffries. DeLuzio. Jeffries. DeSaulnier. Jeffries. Desjardins. McCarthy. D'Esposito. McCarthy. Diaz-Balart. McCarthy. Dingle. Jeffries. Doggett. Doggett. Donalds. Donalds. Duarte. McCarthy. Duncan. McCarthy. Dunn of Florida. McCarthy. Edwards. McCarthy. Elsie. McCarthy. Emmer. McCarthy. Escobar. Jeffries. Eshoo. Jeffries. Espaillat. Jeffries. Estes. McCarthy. Evans. Jeffries. Ezell. McCarthy. Fallon. McCarthy. Finstra. McCarthy. Ferguson. McCarthy. Finstad. McCarthy. Fischbach. McCarthy. Fitzgerald. McCarthy. Fitzpatrick. McCarthy. Fleischman. McCarthy. Fletcher. Jeffries. Flood. McCarthy. Foster. Jeffries. Fushi. Jeffries. Fox. Fox. McCarthy. Lois Frankel. Jeffries. C. Scott Franklin. McCarthy. Frost. Frost. Jeffries. Fry. McCarthy. Fulcher. McCarthy. Gates. Hearn. Gallagher. McCarthy. Gallego. Jeffries. Garamendi. Jeffries. Garbarino. McCarthy. Mike Garcia. McCarthy. Robert Garcia. Jeffries. Garcia of Illinois. Jeffries. Garcia of Texas. Jeffries. Jimenez. McCarthy. Golden of Maine. Jeffries. Goldman of New York.
Will the House be in order?
Jeffries. Gomez. Gomez. Tony Gonzalez. McCarthy. Vicente Gonzalez. Jeffries. Good of Virginia. Donalds. Gooden of Texas. McCarthy. Gosar. Donalds. Gottheimer. Jeffries. Granger. McCarthy. Graves of Louisiana. McCarthy. Graves of Missouri. McCarthy. Green of Tennessee. Green of Tennessee. Green of Texas. Jeffries. Green of Georgia. McCarthy. Griffith. McCarthy. Grijalva. Jeffries. Grothman. Grothman. Guest. McCarthy. Guthrie. McCarthy. Hageman. McCarthy. Harder of California. Jeffries. Harris. Donalds. Harshbarger. McCarthy. Hayes. Jeffries. Hearn. McCarthy. Higgins of Louisiana. McCarthy. Higgins of New York. Jeffries. Hill. McCarthy. Himes. Jeffries. Henson. McCarthy. Horsford. Jeffries. Houchin. McCarthy. Houlihan. Jeffries. Hoyer. Jeffries. Hoyle of Oregon. Jeffries. Hudson. McCarthy. Huffman. Jeffries. Huizinga. McCarthy. Hunt. McCarthy. Issa. McCarthy. Ivy. Jeffries. Jackson of Illinois. Jeffries. Jackson of North Carolina. Jeffries. Jackson of Texas. McCarthy. Jackson Lee. Jeffries. Jacobs. Jeffries. James. McCarthy. Jayapal. Jeffries. 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 Johnson of Georgia. Jeffries. Johnson of Louisiana. McCarthy. Johnson of Ohio. Johnson of Ohio. McCarthy. Johnson of South Dakota. McCarthy. Jordan. McCarthy. Joyce of Ohio. McCarthy. Joyce of Pennsylvania. McCarthy. Kemlager Dove. Jeffries. Captor. Jeffries. Kane of New Jersey. McCarthy. Keating. Jeffries. Kelly of Illinois. Jeffries. Kelly of Mississippi. McCarthy. Kelly of Pennsylvania. McCarthy. Kana. Jeffries. Kiggins of Virginia. McCarthy. Kildee. Jeffries. Kiley. McCarthy. Kilmer. Jeffries. Kim of California. Kim of California. Kim of New Jersey. Jeffries. Krishnamurthy. Jeffries. Custer. Jeffries. Kustoff. McCarthy. LaHood. McCarthy. LaLoida. LaLoida. McCarthy. LaMalfa. McCarthy. Lamborn. McCarthy. Landsman. Jeffries. Langworthy. McCarthy. Larson of Washington. Jeffries. Larson of Connecticut. Jeffries. Latta. McCarthy. LaTurner. McCarthy. Lawler. McCarthy. Lee of California. Jeffries. Lee of Florida. McCarthy. Lee of Nevada. Jeffries. Lee of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. Ledger Fernandez. Jeffries. Lesko. McCarthy. Letlow. McCarthy. Levin. Jeffries. Liu. Jeffries. Lofgren. Jeffries. Loudermilk. McCarthy. Lucas. McCarthy. Lukemeyer. McCarthy. Luna. Donalds. Luttrell. McCarthy. Lynch. Jeffries. Mace. McCarthy. Magaziner. Jeffries. Maliotakis. McCarthy. Mann. McCarthy. Manning. Jeffries. Massey. McCarthy. Mast. McCarthy. Matsui. Jeffries. McBath. Jeffries. McCarthy. McCarthy. McCall. McCarthy. McLean. McCarthy. McClintock. McCarthy. McCullum. Jeffries. McCormick. McCarthy. McGarvey. Jeffries. McGovern. Jeffries. McHenry. McCarthy. Meeks. Jeffries. Menendez.
On behalf of New Jersey's 8th Congressional District and a united Democratic caucus, Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Ming. Jeffries. Muser. McCarthy. Mfume. Jeffries. Miller of Illinois. Donalds. Miller of Ohio. McCarthy. Miller of West Virginia. McCarthy. Miller Meeks. Miller Meeks. Mills. McCarthy. Molinaro. McCarthy. Molinar. McCarthy. Mooney. McCarthy. Moore of Alabama. Moore of Alabama. McCarthy. Moore of Utah. McCarthy. Moore of Wisconsin. Jeffries. Moran. McCarthy. Morelli.
Mr. Jeffries.
Jeffries. Moskowitz. Jeffries. Moulton. Jeffries. Mervan. Jeffries. Mullen. Jeffries. Murphy. McCarthy. Nadler. Jeffries. Napolitano. Jeffries. Neal. Jeffries. Neguse. Jeffries. Nels. McCarthy. Newhouse. McCarthy. Nickel. Jeffries. Norcross. Jeffries. Norman. Donalds. None of Iowa. McCarthy. Obernolte. McCarthy. Ocasio-Cortez. Jeffries. Ogles. Donalds. Omar. Jeffries. Owens. Owens. Pallone.
You said you missed the same McCarthy. You said it. You said it. You stand right there.
Just go, so start with Owens and then have them just repeat it. Start with Owens and go down.
Owens. McCarthy. Pallone. Jeffries. Palmer. McCarthy. Panetta. Jeffries. Pappas. Jeffries. Pasquarel. Jeffries. Payne. Jeffries. Pelosi. Jeffries. Peltola. Jeffries. Pence. McCarthy. Perez. Jeffries. Perry. Donalds. Peters. Jeffries. Pedersen. Jeffries. Pfluger. McCarthy. Phillips. Jeffries. Pingree. Jeffries. Pocan. Jeffries. Porter. Jeffries. Posey. McCarthy. Presley. Jeffries. Quigley. Jeffries. Ramirez. Jeffries. Raskin. Jeffries. Reschenthaler. McCarthy. Rogers of Washington. McCarthy. Rogers of Alabama. McCarthy. Rogers of Kentucky. McCarthy. Rose. McCarthy. Rosendale. Donalds. Ross. Jeffries. Rouser. McCarthy. Roy. Donalds. Ruiz. Jeffries. Rupersberger. Jeffries. Rutherford. McCarthy. Ryan. Jeffries. Salazar. Salazar. Salinas. Jeffries. Sanchez. Jeffries. Santos. McCarthy. Sarbanes. Jeffries. Scalise. McCarthy. Scanlon. Jeffries. Schakowsky. Jeffries. Schiff. Jeffries. Snyder. Jeffries. Skolton. Jeffries. Schreier. Jeffries. Swikert. McCarthy. Austin Scott. Austin Scott. David Scott. Jeffries. Scott of Virginia. Jeffries. Self. Donalds. Sessions. McCarthy. Sewell. Jeffries. Sherman. Jeffries. Sherrill. Sherrill. Simpson. McCarthy. Slotkin. Jeffries. Smith of Missouri. McCarthy. Smith of Nebraska. Smith of Nebraska. McCarthy. Smith of New Jersey. McCarthy. Smith of Washington. Jeffries. Smucker. McCarthy. Sorensen. Jeffries. Soto. Jeffries. Spamberger. Spamberger. Sparts. Sparts. Stansberry. Jeffries. Stanton. Jeffries. Stauber. McCarthy. Steele. McCarthy. Stefanik, McCarthy, Style, McCarthy, Stube, McCarthy, Stevens, Jeffries, Stewart, McCarthy, Strickland, Jeffries, Strong, McCarthy, Swalwell, Jeffries, Sykes, Jeffries, Takano, Jeffries, Tenney, McCarthy, Tanadar, Jeffries, Thompson of California, Jeffries, Thompson of Mississippi, Jeffries, Thompson of Pennsylvania, McCarthy, Tiffany, McCarthy, Timmons, McCarthy, Titus, Jeffries, Tlaib, Jeffries, Takuda, Jeffries, Tonko, Jeffries, Torres of California, Jeffries, Torres of New York, Jeffries, Trahan, Jeffries, Trone, Jeffries, Turner, McCarthy, Underwood, Jeffries, Valadeo, McCarthy, Van Drew, McCarthy, Van Dyne, McCarthy, Van Orden, McCarthy, Vargas, Jeffries, Vasquez, Jeffries, Vesey, Jeffries, Velasquez, Jeffries, Wagner, McCarthy, Wahlberg, McCarthy, Waltz, McCarthy, Wasserman Schultz, Jeffries, Waters, Waters, Jeffries, Watson Coleman, Jeffries, Weber of Texas, McCarthy, Webster of Florida, McCarthy, Winstrup, McCarthy, Westerman, McCarthy, Wexton, Jeffries, Wild, Jeffries, Williams of Georgia, Jeffries, Williams of New York, McCarthy, Williams of Texas, McCarthy, Wilson of Florida, Jeffries, Wilson of South Carolina, McCarthy, Whitman, McCarthy, Womack, McCarthy, Yacom, McCarthy. Zinke. McCarthy.
The reading clerk will now call the names of the members-elect who did not answer the first call of the roll.
First one I have is first one I have is
Arrington. McCarthy. Buck. Buck. Costa. Jeffries. Cuellar. Jeffries. Doggett. Jeffries. Donalds. Donalds. Gomez. Jeffries. Green of Tennessee.
Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Grothman. McCarthy. Kim of California. McCarthy. Miller Meeks. McCarthy. Salazar. McCarthy. Austin Scott. McCarthy. Cheryl. Jeffries. Spanberger. Jeffries. Sparts. Present.
We got to read the third part.
So you still have one? No, still have Buck. Huh? Yeah, so let her read what she needs to
Yep.
read.
Elect who did not answer the call of the roll, they may come to the well and vote at this time. The tellers agree in their tallies that the total number of votes cast is 432, of which the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries of the State of New York has received 212. The Honorable Kevin McCarthy of the State of California has received 200. The Honorable Byron Donalds of the State of Florida has received 17. The Honorable Kevin Hearn of the State of Oklahoma has received 3, with 1 recorded as present. No member-elect having received a majority of the votes cast, a speaker has not been elected. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona rise?
Madam Clerk, I rise to nominate Kevin McCarthy as Speaker of the House.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The American dream is a dream.
Order. House is not in order.
The American dream is a dream worth fighting for. And I know in my hearts of hearts that Kevin McCarthy is the man to lead us as we work to fulfill that dream for everyone in every state and in every district. Everyone in this chamber understands the need to serve our constituents. It's who elected us, and it's our responsibility. Kevin understands this as well as anyone. He has dedicated his life to spreading opportunity for all through the private sector and the public sector. You know, this place is a special place for me. My first time on the Hill was back when I was an intern in 2003. My mom visited, and I remember walking her around the halls of Congress as if I owned the place. Well, just a few days ago, I got to walk my mom around one more time this special place, but now as a member-elect of the United States House of Representatives. The American dream is alive. I believe it. I've gotten to know Kevin McCarthy well. He secured a Republican majority in the United States House and laid out a plan to deliver for the American people. There's one thing that I know about Kevin McCarthy. He cares about the American people. He cares about our country and is here not to be somebody, but to do something. And that has been laid out in his commitment to America, to fight for an economy that is strong, a nation that is safe, a future that is built on freedom, and a government that is accountable. This I can strongly get behind. This country gave me and my family an opportunity to achieve the American dream. Friends, I was born in Mexico. The best way that I can tell you who I am is through a short conversation I had with my dad when I told him I was going to run for office. This conversation, of course, in Español, in Spanish. My dad asked me, Juan, where else could we have our story? We come to this country, we immerse in the culture, we learn English, we go through the long journey and become U.S. citizens. He said, I drive a bus my whole life, and now my son has a shot at becoming a member of the United States Congress. Where else in the world could we have our story? But where else in the world could any of us have our story? Regardless of our background, regardless of where we come from, what side of the aisle we sit on, we have the privilege and opportunity to sit here today as part of a historic moment, fighting for what we believe. The answer of where else is nowhere else, only here. I trust Kevin to fight for that American dream because he's a product of it. We're all a product of it. He gets it and understands that a government accountable to the people is the best tool to ensure that our future generations continue to have a real shot at the American dream. So let's be proud of our stories. Let's be grateful to God for it all. And let's get to work to ensure that everyone has the same opportunity to write their own story. Being a representative isn't a job title. It's a job description. The eyes of the world are on us as we are airing our grievances. That's the cost of leadership. The leadership that comes from this body. So let's act like it. Let's step up to that calling that our country needs and our districts expect from us. I am confident we will resolve this issue and will stand united to fight for the values that matter to the American people. The American people who sent us here to tackle inflation, to protect our border, to hold the executive branch accountable. It's time to do the job we were entrusted to do, to get results for the American people that sent us here. And the best person to lead us in this journey and in this fight to defend the American dream for all is Kevin McCarthy. And I am proud to stand here before you today as the first naturalized citizen in the history of Arizona to win a congressional seat. Proud of the work of my parents, my dad, who drove a bus for most of his life, my mom, a homemaker. We grew up in a 2-bedroom apartment. Didn't own a home until I was in college. But my story is not unique. I washed cars with my dad in the same neighborhood that our office sits today. We're not here celebrating one particular story. We're here celebrating the American opportunity, only found here. Being born from this body as well, as the opportunities of our country have gone. And all of you in this room have that story. I strongly believe that we all have a car wash story, the story where we began. And in spite of all the challenges, in spite of all the obstacles, we are here. And each one of us are a testament to the opportunity and the greatness of this country. And that is why we are here. And I strongly believe that Kevin McCarthy is the person to lead this body in this new fight, this next 118th Congress. So, at the direction of the Republican Conference, I advance the name of Kevin McCarthy as the next Speaker of the House of the 118th Congress.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Clerk, I rise again to nominate Hakeem Jeffries for Speaker of the House.
The gentleman is recognized.
Whenever you have the ability
Madam
to
Clerk,
watch this video, thank you for
I want to
stopping
thank my
by.
colleague on
Today
the
I
other
have
side of
a
the
new
aisle for
opportunity
sharing
made possible by Capital
his American
One,
dream story
and they are looking
for his
for
family
a
for being
work from
here
home
with him at his
complex
side. It is
fraud
our hope
investigation
that this chamber gets
specialist.
down
So
to the
this is a
business so he and all the new members in this chamber can be sworn in to do the work of the people. That's why House Democrats stand united again on this ballot to make sure that Hakeem Jeffries is the lead vote getter in this chamber. And it's also why it's important, just like I relayed a few days ago, Madam Clerk, the importance of the character of Hakeem Jeffries, who he is, his story, and why he should be given an opportunity to lead this chamber. In New York, after the 5th grade, you can't get on a bus to go to school anymore. You have to take alternate means. You can walk or you can take a train. In 6th grade, he and his brother would walk to the train station, take the train, get off the train, and walk to school. Now, there's a little disagreement in the Jeffries household as to how many days his father took him on that route before he let him navigate that route with his younger brother. The character it takes for an older brother in 6th grade and his fourth grade little brother to go to school each and every day in New York, to be on their own, to handle themselves, and to handle each other. That's the character of this man. That's the character of a leader you want in this chamber. He's going to be the one who walks with you, who sees you through the day, who makes sure your priorities are his priorities. And at the end of the day, when it's just you and he's going to make sure we all do the business of this body, and we all get home for our families. There is nothing more important than the work that we do in this chamber for the American public. Safeguarding priorities like Social Security and Medicare, making sure that our families are taken care of, making sure that the families in our communities are taken care of. And what we've seen in this chamber is tough. It's tough to watch. It's tough to imagine what would happen in this chamber today if we were debating Social Security and Medicare. What would happen? What would the votes be? Where would people stand? That's why it's important that Hakeem Jeffries leads this body. On behalf of the Democratic Caucus, I am nominating the leader of the governing party in this chamber, Hakeem Jeffries from New York.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, I would like to rise to nominate Byron Donalds for Speaker of the House.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I've known Byron for roughly about 4 years now, and being that he's from the state of Florida, I can tell you that I've come to know him on both the campaign trail and personally. But I want to clarify something real quick to my colleagues across the aisle. What you're seeing with this discussion does not mean that we are dysfunctional. And in no way, shape, or form will a Democrat ever hold the gavel to a Republican-controlled House. These discussions and dialogues have actually been good for the American people. And although the media tries to pit us against each other, I can tell you that it's been something that we need as a country. There are people that are frustrated with this process. Byron, through this entire time, has done something that I think most leaders should do more of, and that is listen. Respect people when they're talking. Understand the needs of the American people. Be willing to take negotiations, but also to realize when is a proper time to stand your ground on certain things. I asked my colleagues today to support him. I think he's an incredible representation of what this country is, and that is exactly why he has my vote for Speaker of the House. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado rise?
Madam Clerk, I rise to nominate Kevin Hern of Oklahoma for Speaker of the House.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
It's as simple as that, folks. Let's start getting somewhere with this. Realize the facts. Kevin McCarthy does not have the votes. Let's elect a Republican who can unify our conference, who is a true leader. I'm casting my vote for Kevin Hern, and I hope you will as well. I yield.
The reading clerk will call the roll.
Okay. Adams. Jeffries. Adderholt. McCarthy. Aguilar. Jeffries. Alford. McCarthy. Allen. McCarthy. Allred. Jeffries. Amodei. McCarthy. Armstrong. McCarthy. Arrington. McCarthy. Auchincloss. Jeffries. Babin. McCarthy. Bacon. Bacon. Baird. McCarthy. Balderson. Balderson. McCarthy. Ballant. Jeffries. Banks. McCarthy. Barr. McCarthy. Barragan. Jeffries. Bean of Florida. McCarthy. Beatty. Jeffries. Bentz. McCarthy. Barra. Jeffries. Bergman. McCarthy. Beyer. Jeffries. Bice. Bice. Biggs. Hern. Bilirakis. McCarthy. Bishop of Georgia. Jeffries. Bishop of North Carolina. Bishop of North Carolina. Blumenauer. Jeffries. Blunt Rochester. Jeffries. Boebert. Boebert. Hearn. Bonamici. Jeffries. Bast. McCarthy. Bowman. Jeffries. Boyle of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. Burkeen. Hearn. Brown. Jeffries. Brownlee. Jeffries. Buchanan. McCarthy. Buck. Buck. Bouchon. McCarthy. Budzinski. Jeffries. Burchett. McCarthy. Burgess. McCarthy. Burleson. McCarthy. Bush. Jeffries. Calvert. McCarthy. Kamick. Kamick. Caraveo. Jeffries. Carbajal. Jeffries. Cardenas. Jeffries. Carey. McCarthy. Carl. McCarthy. Carson. Jeffries. Carter of Georgia. McCarthy. Carter of Louisiana. Carter of Louisiana. Jeffries. Carter of Texas. McCarthy. Cartwright. Jeffries. Kassar. Jeffries. Case. Jeffries. Caston. Jeffries. Castor of Florida. Jeffries. Castro of Texas. Jeffries. Chavez DeRemer. McCarthy. Shearfullis McCormick. Jeffries. Chu. Jeffries. Cicilline. Jeffries. Siscomani. McCarthy. Clark of Massachusetts. Clark of Massachusetts. Jeffries. Clark of New York. Jeffries. Cleaver. Jeffries. Klein. McCarthy. Cloud. Donalds. Clyburn. Jeffries. Clyde. Clyde. Donalds. All good. Cohen. Jeffries. Cole, McCarthy, Collins, McCarthy, Comer, McCarthy, Connolly, Jeffries, Correa, Jeffries, Costa, Jeffries, Courtney, Jeffries, Craig, Jeffries, Crane, Hearn, Crawford, McCarthy, Crenshaw, McCarthy, Crockett, Jeffries, Crow, Jeffries, Cuellar, Jeffries, Curtis, McCarthy, Davids of Kansas, Jeffries, Davidson, Davidson, Davis of Illinois, Jeffries, Davis of North Carolina, Jeffries, Dean of Pennsylvania, Jeffries, DeGette, Jeffries, De La Cruz, McCarthy, DeLauro.
In order.
DeLauro, Jeffries, Del Bene, Jeffries, DeLuzio, Jeffries, DeSaulnier, Jeffries, Desjarlais, McCarthy, D'Esposito, McCarthy, Diaz-Balart, McCarthy, Dingle, Jeffries, Doggett, Jeffries, Donalds, Donalds, Duarte, McCarthy, Duncan, McCarthy, Dunn of Florida, Dunn of Florida, Edwards, McCarthy, Elzie, McCarthy, Emmer, Escobar, Jeffries, Eshue, Jeffries, Espaillat, Jeffries, Estes, McCarthy, Evans, Jeffries, Ezell, McCarthy, Fallon, Feenstra, McCarthy, Ferguson, McCarthy, Finstad, McCarthy, Fischbach, McCarthy, Fitzgerald, McCarthy, Fitzpatrick, McCarthy, Fleischman, McCarthy, Fletcher, Jeffries, Flood, McCarthy, Foster, Jeffries, Fushi, Jeffries. Fox. McCarthy. Lois Frankel. Jeffries. C. Scott Franklin. McCarthy. Frost. Jeffries. Fry. McCarthy. Fulcher. McCarthy. Gates. Hearn. Gallagher. McCarthy. Gallego. Jeffries. Garamendi. Jeffries. Garbarino. McCarthy. Mike Garcia. McCarthy. Robert Garcia. Jeffries. Garcia of Illinois. Jeffries. Garcia of Texas. Jeffries. Jimenez. Jimenez. Golden of Maine. Jeffries. Goldman of New York. Jeffries. Gomez.
Why don't we give it some more?
So go ahead and hit Gomez.
Gomez. Jeffries. Tony Gonzalez. McCarthy. Vicente Gonzalez. Jeffries. Good of Virginia. Donalds. Gooden of Texas. McCarthy. Gosar. Donalds.
Colleague on the other side of the aisle for sharing
Possible by Councilwoman
his American dream story,
Jeffries.
They are looking
for his
for
family,
a
for
work
being
from
here
home
Granger.
with him at his
complex
side. It is our
fraud.
Donald. Granger. McCarthy. Gooden of Texas. McCarthy. Graves of Louisiana. Gosar. McCarthy. Donald. Graves of Missouri. McCarthy.
colleague on the other side of the aisle
Green
for
of
sharing
Tennessee.
his American dream story,
Jeffries.
for his family, for being
McCarthy.
here
Granger.
with him at his side. It is our
Green of Texas. Granger. McCarthy. Gooden of Texas. McCarthy. Graves of Louisiana. Gosar. McCarthy. Donald. Graves of Missouri. McCarthy.
side of the
Jeffries.
aisle
Green
for
of
sharing
Tennessee.
his American dream story,
Jeffries.
for his family,
Green
for
of
being
Georgia.
here
Granger.
with him at his side. It is our
McCarthy. Green of Texas.
Griffiths.
Ranger. McCarthy. McCarthy.
Grijalva.
Jeffries.
Graves
of Louisiana.
Grothman.
McCarthy.
McCarthy.
Graves of Missouri.
Guest.
McCarthy.
McCarthy.
Jeffries. Green of
Guthrie. McCarthy.
Jeffries.
Hageman.
Green of Georgia.
Ranger with him at his side. It is our
McCarthy.
Green of Texas.
Griffiths.
Ranger.
Harder of California. Jeffries.
McCarthy.
Harris.
Grijalva.
Hearn.
Jeffries. of Louisiana.
Grothman. Harshbarger.
McCarthy. Graves of Missouri.
McCarthy. Guest.
McCarthy.
McCarthy. Hayes.
Jeffries. Green of
Guthrie. Jeffries.
McCarthy.
Hearn. Hageman.
Green of Georgia. Ranger.
Hearn.
McCarthy. Green of Texas.
Griffiths.
Ranger.
Harder of California. Higgins of
Jeffries.
Louisiana.
McCarthy.
Harris.
Grijalva.
McCarthy.
Hearn. Jeffries.
Higgins of New York.
Grothman.
Harshbarger. Jeffries.
McCarthy.
Hill.
McCarthy.
Guest. McCarthy.
McCarthy.
Hayes. Himes.
Guthrie.
Jeffries.
McCarthy.
Hearn. Henson.
Hageman. Green of Georgia.
McCarthy. Hearn.
McCarthy.
Horsford.
Carter of California.
Higgins
Jeffries.
of Louisiana.
Harris.
Houchin.
Grijalva.
McCarthy.
Hearn.
McCarthy.
Jeffries.
Higgins of New York.
Houlihan.
Houlihan.
Harshbarger.
Jeffries. Jeffries.
McCarthy.
Hill. Poirier.
Guest.
McCarthy.
McCarthy.
Jeffries.
Hayes.
Himes. Hoyle of Oregon.
Jeffries. McCarthy. Hearn.
Jeffries.
Henson. Hageman. Green of Georgia.
Hudson.
McCarthy.
Hearn.
McCarthy.
Horsford. Hudson.
Carter of California. Higgins.
McCarthy.
Of Louisiana. Harris.
Houchin.
Grijalva.
Huffman.
Hearn.
McCarthy.
Higgins
Jeffries.
of New York.
Houlihan.
Huizinga.
Jeffries. McCarthy.
Hill.
Poirier. Hunt.
McCarthy.
McCarthy.
Hayes. Himes.
Hoyle of Oregon. Isa.
Jeffries. Hearn.
McCarthy.
Henson.
Hudson. Ivy.
Hearn.
Horsford. Hudson. Jeffries.
Higgins.
McCarthy.
Jeffries.
Jackson of Illinois.
Houchin.
Huffman. Jeffries.
McCarthy. Higgins
Jeffries.
of
Jackson of
Houlihan.
North Carolina.
Huizinga. Jeffries.
Jeffries.
Hill.
Poirier. Jackson
Hunt.
of Texas. McCarthy.
Himes.
Hoyle of Oregon. Isa. Jackson Lee. McCarthy.
Henson. Hudson.
Ivy.
Hearn. Horsford.
Hudson. Jeffries.
Higgins.
McCarthy.
Jeffries.
Jackson of Illinois. Jacobs.
Houchin.
Jeffries.
Huffman.
Jeffries.
McCarthy. Higgins
Jeffries.
of
Jackson
James.
of North Carolina.
Huizinga.
McCarthy. Jeffries.
Poirier.
Jayapal. Jackson of Texas. Jeffries.
McCarthy. Himes. Hoyle.
Jeffries.
Of Isa.
Jackson Lee. Jeffries. Jeffries. Jacobs. Jeffries.
Jackson
James.
of North Carolina.
Johnson of
McCarthy.
Georgia.
Jeffries.
Jayapal.
Jeffries.
Jackson
Jackson of Texas.
Jeffries. Johnson of Louisiana. Jeffries.
Isa.
Jackson Lee. McCarthy.
Jeffries.
Johnson of Ohio. McCarthy. Johnson of South Dakota. McCarthy.
Jordan. McCarthy.
James. North Carolina.
Joyce of
Johnson
Ohio.
of Georgia.
McCarthy.
Jayapal.
Jeffries.
Jackson of Texas.
Joyce of Pennsylvania.
Jeffries.
Johnson of Louisiana.
McCarthy. Jeffries. Jackson Lee.
Cam Lager Dove.
McCarthy. Jeffries.
Jeffries.
Johnson of Ohio.
Captor.
McCarthy.
Jeffries.
Johnson of South
Kane
Dakota.
of New Jersey.
McCarthy.
McCarthy. Keating.
Jordan.
McCarthy. Jeffries.
James. North Carolina.
Joyce of
Johnson
Ohio.
of Georgia.
Kelly of Illinois.
McCarthy.
Jeffries.
Joyce of Pennsylvania.
Kelly of
Johnson
Mississippi.
Louisiana. Jeffries.
McCarthy. Cam Lager Dove.
Jeffries.
Kelly of Pennsylvania.
Jeffries. Johnson of Ohio.
McCarthy.
Captor. McCarthy.
Jeffries.
Johnson of
Kana.
South
Kane
Dakota.
of New Jersey. Jeffries.
McCarthy.
Keating.
Jordan.
Kiggins
McCarthy.
of Virginia. Jeffries. McCarthy.
Joyce of Ohio. Of Georgia.
Kelly of Illinois.
McCarthy.
Kildy.
Jeffries. Joyce
Jeffries.
Of Pennsylvania.
Kelly of
Johnson
Mississippi.
Louisiana.
McCarthy. Cam Lager Dove. Kilmer. Kelly of Pennsylvania. Jeffries.
Johnson of Ohio.
Kim of
McCarthy.
California.
McCarthy.
Jeffries.
Johnson
McCarthy.
of Kane of New Jersey.
Jeffries.
McCarthy.
Kim of New Jersey. Kiggins of Virginia. Jeffries. Krishnamurthy.
Ohio. Of Georgia.
Kelly of Illinois. Jeffries. Kildy.
Jeffries.
Custer.
Joyce
Jeffries.
Of Pennsylvania.
Jeffries.
Kelly of Mississippi.
Kylie. Kustoff.
McCarthy. Cam Lager
McCarthy.
Dove.
Kilmer.
Kelly of
LaHood.
Pennsylvania.
Jeffries.
Johnson of Ohio.
Kim of
McCarthy.
California. McCarthy.
Jeffries.
McCarthy.
Kana. Kane of New Jersey.
Jeffries.
McCarthy.
La Lota. Kim of New Jersey. McCarthy.
Kiggins of Virginia.
Jeffries.
Krishnamurthy.
Lamalfa.
Ohio. Georgia. Kelly of Illinois.
Jeffries.
Kildy. Jeffries.
McCarthy.
Custer.
Jeffries.
Pennsylvania.
Jeffries.
Kelly of
Lamborn. Kustoff.
McCarthy.
McCarthy. McCarthy.
Kilmer.
Landsman.
Kelly of
LaHood.
Pennsylvania.
Jeffries. Jeffries.
Kim of California.
McCarthy. Langworthy. McCarthy.
McCarthy. Kane of New Jersey.
Larson of Washington.
La Lota.
Jeffries.
Kim of New Jersey.
McCarthy.
Kiggins of
Larson
Virginia.
of Connecticut. Jeffries.
Lamalfa. Kelly of
Latta.
Jeffries. Kildy. Jeffries.
McCarthy.
Jeffries. Jeffries.
Laturner.
Lamborn. Kustoff.
McCarthy.
McCarthy. Kilmer.
Lawler.
Landsman. LaHood. Jeffries.
Jeffries.
Kim of California.
McCarthy.
Langworthy.
Lee of
McCarthy.
California.
McCarthy. Larson
Jeffries.
of Washington. La Lota.
Lee of
Jeffries.
Florida.
Kim of New Jersey. McCarthy.
McCarthy.
Larson of Connecticut.
Lee of
Jeffries.
Nevada. Jeffries.
Latta. Jeffries. Kildy.
Lee of Pennsylvania.
McCarthy. Jeffries.
Jeffries.
Laturner. Kustoff.
Ledger Fernandez.
McCarthy. McCarthy.
Jeffries.
Kilmer.
Lawler.
Landsman. LaHood.
Lesko.
Jeffries. Kim of California.
McCarthy.
Langworthy.
Letlow. Lee of
McCarthy.
California. McCarthy. Levin.
Larson of Washington.
Jeffries.
La Lota.
Lee of
Jeffries.
Florida.
Kim of
Lou.
New Jersey. McCarthy.
McCarthy.
Larson of Connecticut.
Lee of
Jeffries.
Nevada. Lou. Jeffries.
Latta.
Jeffries. Lee of Pennsylvania.
McCarthy.
Lofgren.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Loudermilk.
McCarthy.
Jeffries. McCarthy.
Lawler. LaHood.
Lesko. Lucas.
McCarthy.
McCarthy. Letlow. Luke Kameyer. McCarthy. McCarthy. Levin.
Washington.
Luna.
Jeffries. Lee of Florida.
Lou. Donalds. McCarthy.
Larson of Connecticut.
Lee of Nevada. Lou. Latrell.
Jeffries. Latta.
Jeffries.
Lee
McCarthy.
of Pennsylvania.
Lofgren. Lynch.
Jeffries.
Jeffries.
McCarthy.
Mace. McCarthy.
Lawler.
McCarthy.
Lesko.
Lucas. Magaziner.
McCarthy.
McCarthy. Jeffries.
Letlow.
Luke
Lee of
Kameyer.
California.
McCarthy. Maliotakis.
Levin.
McCarthy.
Jeffries. Lee of Florida.
Lou. Mann.
McCarthy.
McCarthy.
Lee of Nevada.
Manning.
Latrell.
Jeffries.
Jeffries.
McCarthy.
Lee of Pennsylvania.
Massey.
Lofgren.
Lynch. McCarthy.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Mast. Mace.
McCarthy.
McCarthy.
Lucas.
Magaziner.
Matsui.
McCarthy. Jeffries. Luke Kameyer.
McCarthy.
Macbeth. Maliotakis.
Levin.
Jeffries. McCarthy.
Lee of Florida.
McCarthy.
Lou.
Mann.
McCarthy.
McCarthy. McCarthy. Manning. Jeffries. McCarthy. Massey. Lynch. McCarthy. Mast. McCarthy. Lucas. Magazzino.
McCall.
McCarthy.
Jeffries.
Luke Kameyer.
McLean.
McBath. Maliotakis.
McCarthy.
Jeffries. McCarthy.
McClintock.
McCarthy. Mann.
McCarthy.
McCarthy.
McCullum.
Manning.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Massey.
McCormick.
McCarthy.
McCarthy.
Mast. Mace.
McGarvey.
McCarthy.
Jeffries.
Magazzino.
McCall. McGovern.
McCarthy. Jeffries.
Jeffries.
McLean. McBath.
McHenry.
McCarthy. Jeffries.
McCarthy.
McClintock. McCarthy. Mann.
Meeks.
McCarthy.
McCullum. Jeffries.
Manning.
Jeffries. Menendez. Jeffries. Mang.
McCormick.
McCarthy. Jeffries.
Mast.
Muser. McGarvey. McCarthy. Jeffries. Mfume.
McCall.
McGovern.
McCarthy.
Jeffries. Jeffries.
McLean.
Miller of Illinois.
McCarthy. Jeffries.
Donalds.
McClintock. McCarthy. Mann.
Meeks.
McCarthy.
Miller of
McCullum.
Ohio.
Jeffries. Jeffries.
McCarthy.
Menendez.
Jeffries. Miller of West Virginia. Mang.
McCormick.
McCarthy.
McCarthy.
Miller Meeks. Muser. McCarthy. McCarthy. Mills.
Jeffries.
Mfume.
McCall.
McGovern. McCarthy. Jeffries.
Jeffries.
Molinaro.
Miller
of Illinois. McCarthy.
Jeffries.
Donalds.
McClintock.
Molinar.
McCarthy.
McCarthy.
Meeks.
Mooney.
Miller of Ohio.
Jeffries. McCarthy.
Jeffries.
McCarthy.
Menendez.
Moore of Alabama.
Jeffries.
Miller of West Virginia.
Mang.
McCarthy. McCarthy. Moore of Utah.
Miller
Meeks.
Muser.
McCarthy.
McCarthy.
McCarthy. Moore of Wisconsin.
Jeffries.
Mfume.
McCall.
Jeffries.
McCarthy.
Jeffries. Moran. Molinaro.
Miller of Illinois.
McCarthy. McCarthy. Morelli. Molinar.
Mr. Jeffries.
McCarthy. Jeffries.
Mooney.
Moskowitz. McCarthy. Jeffries.
Menendez.
Moore of Alabama.
Miller
Moulton.
of West Virginia. Mang.
McCarthy. Jeffries.
McCarthy.
Mervan.
Utah.
Miller Meeks.
Muser.
Jeffries.
McCarthy.
Mullen.
McCarthy.
Moore of Wisconsin.
Mfume.
Jeffries. Jeffries.
McCarthy.
Murphy.
Jeffries.
Moran. Molinaro.
Miller,
McCarthy.
Illinois.
McCarthy. McCarthy. Nadler. Morelli.
Molinar.
Jeffries.
McCarthy.
Jeffries. Napolitano.
Mooney.
Moskowitz.
Ohio.
Jeffries. Jeffries.
McCarthy.
Neal.
Moore of Alabama.
Jeffries.
Miller of
Moulton.
West Virginia.
Nagoose.
McCarthy.
Jeffries.
McCarthy.
Jeffries.
Mervan.
Utah.
Miller Meeks.
Nails.
Jeffries.
McCarthy.
Mullen.
Moore of Wisconsin. Newhouse. Jeffries. Jeffries. McCarthy.
Murphy. Moran.
Nickel.
Molinaro.
McCarthy. Jeffries.
McCarthy.
Nadler. Norcross.
Morelli. Molinar.
Jeffries. Jeffries.
Jeffries.
Napolitano. Norman.
Moskowitz.
Jeffries. Donalds. Neal.
Moore of Alabama.
Jeffries.
Miller of
Moulton.
West Virginia.
Nagoose. Nunn of Iowa. Jeffries.
Mervan. Miller Meeks.
McCarthy. Nails.
Jeffries.
McCarthy.
Mullen. Moore of Wisconsin.
Newhouse. Jeffries. Obernolte.
Moran.
Nickel. McCarthy. Jeffries. Ocasio-Cortez.
Nadler.
Norcross.
Morelli. Molinar.
Jeffries. Jeffries.
Napolitano.
Ogles. Norman.
Moskowitz.
Jeffries. Donalds.
Neal. Moore of Alabama.
Jeffries.
Moulton.
Omar. Nunn of Iowa. Jeffries.
Mervan.
Jeffries.
McCarthy.
Nails.
Jeffries.
Owens.
Mullen. Moore of Wisconsin.
McCarthy.
Newhouse. Jeffries.
Obernolte. Cologne. Nickel. McCarthy. Jeffries. Ocasio-Cortez. Norcross. Jeffries. Jeffries. Palmer. Ogles. Norman.
Moskowitz. Jeffries.
Donald. McCarthy.
Neal.
Panetta.
Jeffries. Moulton.
Jeffries. Omar. Nunn of Iowa. Jeffries. Jeffries. Pappas.
Nails.
Jeffries.
Mullen.
Pasquale. McCarthy.
Jeffries.
Obernolte. Cologne. Jeffries.
Nickel.
Payne.
McCarthy. Jeffries.
Jeffries.
Cologne.
Pelosi. Jeffries. Jeffries. Palmer.
Ogles. Norman.
Peltola. Donald. McCarthy. Peltola. Panetta. Jeffries. Jeffries. Omar. Pence. McCarthy. Pappas. Perez. Jeffries. Jeffries. Pasquale. Perry. Donalds. Cologne. Jeffries. Payne. Peters. Jeffries. Cologne. Jeffries. Pelosi. Jeffries. Pedersen. Jeffries.
Palmer.
Jeffries.
Peltola. Fluger.
Donald. McCarthy.
Peltola.
Panetta.
Phillips.
Jeffries.
Omar. Pence.
Jeffries. McCarthy.
Pingree.
Jeffries.
Perez.
Jeffries.
Owens.
Jeffries.
Pocan.
Pascrell.
Perry.
Jeffries. Donald.
Porter.
Cologne. Jeffries. Jeffries.
Posey.
Peters.
Jeffries.
Cologne.
Jeffries.
McCarthy.
Pedersen.
Jeffries.
Presley.
Jeffries.
Peltola.
Jeffries.
Fluger.
Donald. McCarthy.
Quigley.
Peltola.
Panetta.
Jeffries.
Phillips.
Jeffries.
Omar. Pence.
Jeffries.
Ramirez.
McCarthy.
Pingree.
Jeffries.
Perez.
Jeffries.
Ramirez.
Jeffries.
Pocan.
Pascrell.
Perry.
Jeffries.
Raskin.
Donald.
Porter.
Jeffries. Jeffries.
Raskin. Posey.
Peters. Jeffries. Jeffries. McCarthy.
Reschenthaler.
Pedersen.
Presley.
McCarthy.
Peltola.
Jeffries.
Rogers of Washington.
Quigley.
Peltola.
Jeffries.
Omar. Pence.
Ramirez.
Rogers of Washington.
Pingree.
Perez.
McCarthy.
Ramirez.
Jeffries.
Pocan.
Pascrell.
Rogers of
Perry.
Alabama. Raskin. Porter.
McCarthy. Jeffries.
Raskin.
Posey.
Peters.
Jeffries.
Rogers of Kentucky.
Reschenthaler.
Pedersen.
McCarthy.
Presley.
McCarthy.
Rose.
Jeffries.
Rogers of Washington.
Quigley. Jeffries.
Rose.
Ramirez.
Rogers of
Rosendale.
Washington.
Pingree. Perez. McCarthy.
Ramirez.
Rosendale.
Pocan.
Hearn.
Rogers of Alabama. Raskin. Porter.
McCarthy.
Ross.
Jeffries.
Raskin.
Jeffries. Jeffries.
Rouser.
Rogers of Kentucky.
Reschenthaler.
McCarthy.
Presley.
Roy.
McCarthy.
Rose. Donald.
Rogers of Washington.
Quigley.
Rose.
Ruiz. Jeffries.
Rogers of
Rosendale.
Washington.
Rupersberger.
McCarthy.
Rosendale.
Jeffries.
Hearn.
Rogers
Rutherford.
of Alabama. Raskin. Porter.
McCarthy. Ross. Rutherford.
Raskin.
Jeffries.
Jeffries.
McCarthy.
Rogers of Kentucky. Reschenthaler.
McCarthy. Ryan.
Presley.
Roy. Jeffries.
Rose.
Donald.
Salazar. Rogers of Washington. Quigley.
McCarthy.
Rose.
Ruiz. Salinas. Jeffries.
Rosendale.
Rupersberger. Sanchez. Jeffries.
Rosendale.
Jeffries. Santos.
Hearn.
Rutherford.
Alabama. Raskin. Porter.
McCarthy. Santos.
Ross.
Rutherford.
Raskin.
Jeffries.
Jeffries.
McCarthy. Sarbanes.
Reschenthaler.
McCarthy. Jeffries.
Ryan. Roy.
Jeffries. Scalise.
Salazar.
McCarthy. McCarthy. Scanlon.
Rose.
Ruiz.
Salinas.
Jeffries.
Jeffries.
Chakowski.
Rupert
Sanchez. Jeffries.
Rosendale.
Chakowski.
Santos. Hearn. Rutherford.
Jeffries. Schiff. Santos.
Rutherford.
Jeffries. Schneider. Sarbanes. Jeffries.
Ryan.
Skolton.
Jeffries.
Scalise. Jeffries.
Salazar.
Schreier.
McCarthy.
Jeffries.
Scanlon.
Schweikert.
Salinas.
Jeffries.
Jeffries.
Chakowski. McCarthy.
Sanchez.
Austin Scott.
Jeffries.
Chakowski.
Santos.
McCarthy.
Rutherford.
Jeffries. David Scott.
Schiff. Santos. Rutherford.
Jeffries. Scott of Virginia. Schneider.
Sarbanes.
Jeffries.
Ryan.
Self. Skolton.
Jeffries. Scalise.
Jeffries.
Salazar.
Schreier. Self.
McCarthy.
Jeffries.
Scanlon.
Schweikert.
Salinas.
Jeffries. Self.
Jeffries.
Chakowski. Donald. McCarthy.
Sanchez.
Austin Scott.
Chakowski.
Santos. Sessions.
Jeffries.
McCarthy. David Scott.
Schiff. Santos.
Sewell.
Rutherford.
Jeffries. Scott of Virginia.
Schneider. Sarbanes.
Jeffries. Sherman.
Jeffries.
Self.
Skolton.
Jeffries.
Scalise.
Cheryl.
Salazar. Schreier.
Self. Jeffries.
Scanlon.
Simpson.
Schweikert. Jeffries.
Self.
Chakowski.
Donald.
McCarthy.
Simpson.
Austin Scott.
McCarthy.
Chakowski.
Sessions. Slotkin.
McCarthy.
David Scott.
Schiff.
Jeffries.
Santos.
Sewell. Smith of Missouri.
Jeffries.
Scott of Virginia.
Schneider. Sarbanes.
Jeffries.
Sherman.
Smith of Missouri.
Self. Skolton.
Jeffries. McCarthy.
Jeffries.
Cheryl. Smith of Nebraska. Jeffries. McCarthy. Simpson.
Jeffries.
Smith of New Jersey.
Donald.
McCarthy. Simpson.
Austin.
Smith of
McCarthy.
Washington.
Sessions.
Jeffries.
Slotkin.
McCarthy.
Smucker.
David Scott.
Jeffries.
McCarthy.
Sewell.
Smith of Missouri. Sorensen.
Scott of Virginia.
Jeffries.
Sherman.
Soto
Smith
of Missouri.
Self.
Jeffries. McCarthy.
Sherrill.
Spanberger.
Smith of Nebraska.
Jeffries. McCarthy. Sparts. Smith of New Jersey.
Donald.
McCarthy.
Simpson.
Sparts.
Austin.
Smith of Washington. Stansbury.
Jeffries. Slotkin.
Jeffries.
Jeffries.
McCarthy.
Sewell. Smith of Missouri.
Sorensen. Stanton. Jeffries. Jeffries.
Sherman.
Soto.
Smith of Missouri.
Stauber.
Jeffries.
McCarthy. McCarthy.
Sherrill.
Spanberger. Steele.
Smith of Nebraska.
Jeffries. McCarthy.
Sparks.
Stefanik.
Smith of New Jersey.
McCarthy.
Donald.
Stiles.
Sparks.
McCarthy.
Smith of Washington.
Stubbe.
Stansbury.
McCarthy.
Slotkin.
Jeff Stevens.
Jeffries.
Jeffries.
Sewell. Smith of Missouri.
Stewart.
Sorensen.
Stanton. McCarthy.
Jeffries.
Strickland.
Soto of Missouri.
Stauber. Jeffries. McCarthy.
Strong. Spanberger.
Steele.
Smith of Nebraska.
Jeffries. McCarthy. McCarthy.
Sparks.
Stefanik. Swalwell.
New Jersey.
McCarthy. Jeffries. Stiles.
Sparks.
Sykes. McCarthy.
Smith of Washington.
Jeffries.
Stansbury.
McCarthy. Takano.
Smuckers.
Stevens.
Jeffries.
Jeffries.
Smith of Missouri.
Stewart. Tenney.
Sorensen. Stanton.
McCarthy.
Jeffries.
McCarthy.
Jeffries.
Strickland.
Soto.
Tanadar.
Stauber.
Jeffries. Jeffries. McCarthy.
Strong. Spanberger.
Thompson
Steele.
of California.
Jeffries.
McCarthy.
McCarthy.
Jeffries.
Sparks. Stefanik.
Swalwell. Thompson of Mississippi.
Jeffries. Stiles.
Jeffries.
Sykes.
McCarthy.
Smith of
Thompson
Washington.
of Pennsylvania.
Stansbury. McCarthy.
McCarthy.
Stevens.
Tiffany.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. McCarthy.
Stewart.
Tenney.
Sorensen. Stanton.
Timmons. McCarthy. McCarthy.
Strickland. Soto.
Tanadar.
Stauber.
Titus.
Jeffries.
Jeffries.
Strong.
Jeffries.
Spanberger.
Thompson
Steele.
of California.
Jeffries.
McCarthy.
McCarthy.
Jeffries. Jeffries.
Stefanik. Swalwell.
Takuda.
Thompson
of Mississippi.
Jeffries.
Jeffries.
Stiles.
Jeffries.
Sykes.
Tonko. Thompson of
Jeffries.
Pennsylvania.
McCarthy.
McCarthy. Torres of California.
Stevens.
Tiffany.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. McCarthy.
Stewart.
Tenney.
Stanton.
Timmons.
McCarthy.
Torres of New York.
Tanadar. Titus.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Strong.
Jeffries. Trahan.
Thompson of California.
Talib. Jeffries.
McCarthy. Jeffries.
Trone. Jeffries.
Stefanik.
Jeffries.
Swalwell.
Takuda.
Thompson of Mississippi. Jeffries.
Turner. Jeffries.
Stiles. Jeffries. Sykes.
Tonko. Turner.
Thompson of
Jeff
Pennsylvania.
McCarthy.
Takano.
Torres of California.
Tiffany. Jeffries.
Jeffries. Underwood.
McCarthy. Tenney.
Jeffries.
Timmons. McCarthy.
Torres of
Valadeo.
Valadeo.
Tanadar. Titus.
Jeffries. McCarthy.
Jeffries. Strong.
Jeffries. Trahan. Van Drew. Talib. Jeffries. McCarthy.
Trone. Jeffries.
Jeffries.
Takuda.
Van Dyne.
Turner. Jeffries. Jeffries.
McCarthy.
Tonko.
Turner.
Thompson.
Van Orden.
McCarthy. Torres of California.
McCarthy.
Tiffany.
Vargas.
Jeffries.
Underwood.
McCarthy. Tenney.
Jeffries.
Timmons. McCarthy.
Vasquez.
Torres of New York.
Valadeo.
Tanadar. Titus.
Jeffries.
McCarthy.
Jeffries. VC.
Trahan.
Van Drew. Jeffries.
Jeffries.
Velasquez. McCarthy.
Trone.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Takuda.
Wagner.
Van Dyne.
Turner. McCarthy.
Jeffries.
McCarthy.
Turner.
Wahlberg.
Thompson.
Van Orden.
McCarthy. Torres of California.
McCarthy. Wahlberg.
Tiffany.
Vargas.
Jeffries.
Underwood.
McCarthy. Tenney.
Jeffries.
Waltz. Timmons.
McCarthy.
Vasquez.
Vasquez.
Valadeo.
Wasserman Schultz.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. VC.
Trahan. Van Drew.
Waters.
Jeffries. Jeffries.
Velasquez.
McCarthy.
Jeffries. Jeffries.
Jeffries.
Wagner.
Van
Watson
Dyne.
Coleman.
Turner.
McCarthy. McCarthy.
Turner.
Wahlberg.
Thompson.
Van Orden. Watson Coleman.
Torres of California.
McCarthy. Wahlberg. Weber of Texas.
Vargas. Underwood.
McCarthy. Waltz. Webster of
McCarthy.
Florida.
Vasquez. Valadeo.
McCarthy.
Wasserman
Schultz.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Winstrup.
Van Drew.
Waters.
Jeffries.
McCarthy.
Velasquez.
Jeff Westerman.
Jeffries.
Wagner.
Van
Watson
Dyne.
Coleman.
McCarthy.
Westerman.
McCarthy.
Wahlberg.
Van Orden.
Watson Coleman.
McCarthy.
Wahlberg. Weber of Texas.
Underwood.
McCarthy. Waltz. Webster of Florida. Wexton.
Valadeo.
McCarthy.
Wasserman
Jeffries.
Schultz.
Wild.
Winstrup.
Jeffries.
Waters.
Williams of Georgia.
Velasquez.
Jeffries.
Westerman.
Williams of New York.
Watson Coleman.
McCarthy.
Westerman. Wahlberg.
Williams of
Watson
Texas.
Coleman.
McCarthy.
Wahlberg.
Wilson
Weber
of
Texas.
Florida. McCarthy.
Waltz.
Wilson of Florida.
Webster of Florida.
Wexton. Jeffries.
Wasserman
Jeffries.
Schultz.
Wilson of South Carolina.
Wild. Winstrup.
Jeffries.
Waters.
McCarthy. Williams of Georgia. Whitman. Jeffries.
Westerman.
McCarthy. Williams of New York. Womack. McCarthy. Yakum. Williams of Texas.
Coleman.
McCarthy. McCarthy. Zinke. Wilson of Florida. McCarthy.
McCarthy.
Wilson of Florida.
Webster of Florida. Wexton.
Jeffries.
McCarthy.
Jeffries. Wilson of South Carolina.
Wild.
The reading clerk will now call the names
McCarthy.
of the members-elect who
Whitman.
did not answer to the first call
McCarthy.
of the roll.
Williams of New York. Womack. McCarthy. Yakum. Williams of Texas. McCarthy. McCarthy. Zinke. Wilson of Florida. McCarthy. Bacon. McCarthy.
Wilson of Florida. Wexton.
Jeffries. Wilson of South Carolina.
Wild.
The reading clerk will now call the names
Vice.
of the members-elect who
McCarthy.
did not answer to the first call of the roll.
Williams of New York. Womack. McCarthy. Bishop of North Carolina.
Williams of Texas.
Donalds. McCarthy. McCarthy. Zinke. Wilson of Florida. McCarthy. Bacon. McCarthy.
Wilson of Florida.
Buck.
Wexton.
Jeffries.
Wilson of
Buck.
South Carolina. Wild.
The reading clerk will now call the names
Vice.
of the members-elect who did
McCamick.
not answer to the first call of the roll.
McCarthy.
Womack.
McCarthy. Bishop of North Carolina.
Williams of Texas.
Donalds.
McCarthy.
Davidson.
Zinke. Wilson of Florida.
McCarthy. Bacon. McCarthy.
Wilson of Florida.
Buck.
Wexton. Jeffries.
Donalds.
Wilson of
Buck.
South Carolina.
Donalds.
The reading clerk will now call the names
Vice.
of the members-elect who did
McCamick.
not answer to the first call of the roll.
McCarthy. Dunn of Florida. Bishop of North Carolina. Donalds. Davidson.
Zinke. Wilson of Florida.
Emmer.
McCarthy.
Bacon. McCarthy. Buck. Donalds. Buck. Donalds. Fallon.
The reading clerk will now call the names of the members-elect
McCarthy.
who did not answer to the first call of the roll.
McCarthy. Dunn of Florida. Jimenez.
Bishop of North
McCarthy.
Carolina.
McCarthy.
Donalds.
Davidson. Hearn.
Emmer.
McCarthy.
Bacon.
McCarthy. Buck. McCarthy.
Donalds.
Buck. Donalds. Fallon.
Vice.
McCarthy.
McCamick.
McCarthy. Dunn of Florida. Pallone.
Jimenez.
Bishop of North McCarthy. Jeffries. McCarthy.
Donalds. Davidson.
Hearn.
Emmer.
McCarthy. Ramirez. Jeffries. McCarthy.
Donalds.
Buck. Donalds. Fallon. Rose. McCarthy. McCarthy.
McCarthy.
Dunn of Florida. Pallone.
Jimenez.
Santos.
McCarthy.
Jeffries. McCarthy.
McCarthy. Donalds. Davidson.
Hearn.
Emmer.
Sparts. Present.
McCarthy.
Ramirez. Jeffries. McCarthy.
Donalds.
Donalds. Fallon. Rose. McCarthy. McCarthy.
McCarthy.
Dunn of Florida. Pallone.
Jimenez.
Santos.
McCarthy.
Jeffries. McCarthy.
McCarthy. Davidson.
Wahlberg. Sparts.
Present.
McCarthy.
Ramirez.
Jeffries. McCarthy.
Donalds. Donalds. Fallon.
Watson Coleman. Rose. Jeffries. McCarthy.
Dunn of Florida.
Pallone.
Colon. Santos. McCarthy. Wahlberg. Sparks. McCarthy. Ramirez.
If there are any members-elect who did not answer the roll, then they may come to the well and
Watson
vote at this
Coleman.
time.
Rose. Jeffries. McCarthy. Colon. Santos. McCarthy. Wahlberg. Sparks. McCarthy. Ramirez.
If there are any members-elect who did not answer the roll, then they may come to the well and
Watson
vote at this
Coleman.
time.
Jeffries. McCarthy. Colon. Santos. McCarthy. Wahlberg. Sparks. McCarthy.
If there are any members-elect who did not answer the
For
roll,
what purpose does the
then they may
gentlewoman
come
from
to the
Colorado
well and
rise?
vote at this time.
Madam Clerk, I rise to nominate Jeff Hearn as Speaker of the House.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have been accused of not having a plan. Well, we've presented many plans and are even presenting 2 plans.
Woman from Colorado rise.
Madam Clerk, I rise to nominate Hearn as Speaker of the House.
For what purpose? The gentlewoman is recognized. Gentlewoman from Colorado
Thank you, Madam
rise.
Clerk. We have been accused of not having a plan. Well, we've presented many plans and are even presenting 2 plans
The gentlewoman is
simultaneously
recognized.
right now. Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have been For accused Speaker of not having a plan of the Well, we've People's presented House. Many plans and are even presenting I sat in my 2 chair plans. anticipating to
Woman
vote
from
for
Colorado
Byron
rise.
Donalds, whom I Madam respect, Clerk, whom I rise see as a to leader. nominate Hearn as, and there was a gut check that said we
The
need
gentlewoman is recognized.
someone
Woman from Colorado
that is
rise.
going to convince my colleagues on this side of the aisle that it's time to get going. It's time to build momentum. Many of you have said it. You see that Kevin McCarthy does not have the votes. You are understanding that he is not going to get there. We had the votes for him. I cannot produce those anymore. As a leader, the colleagues that I brought with me that said we need to offer those 218 votes on the first ballot aren't there anymore. It is not happening. And as it's been said, it's time to get to a point. Many of you start evaluating what life after you see that Kevin McCarthy looks like does not have the votes. America understanding that he doesn't want more talk. And I'm going to keep my speech a little short. I cannot produce those anymore. They want action. The colleagues that I brought with me, I'll take that. I want to get to offer those 218 votes. America is tired of rhetoric and they want results. It is not happening. This isn't chaos. This is a constitutional republic at work. I'm a mom of 4 boys. I know what chaos and dysfunction looks like. This is actually a really beautiful thing to be here with all of my colleagues debating. Just as the gentleman from Montana said, we have not experienced this in the 2 years that we have served here in Washington, D.C. America is tired of rhetoric and they want results. This is the most debate that has taken place, and I love it. I love the conversations that are going on the floor, in the cloakroom, in the halls. There's nothing extreme, there's nothing unreasonable. We're trying to get this right. As my conservative colleagues and I have stated time and time again, Congress is broken and fundamentally needs change. I'm here to get this right. America is tired of rhetoric and want results. This is the most debate that has taken place, and I love it. I love the conversations that are going on the floor, in the cloakroom, in the halls. There's nothing extreme, there's nothing unreasonable. We're trying to get this right. As my conservative colleagues and